Oh my god, I did it again. I forgot to change the stream category. Why are my VOD settings changing on September 1st? Darn it. Alright, let me update stream category, use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. This isn't gonna be the 5-7 minute breaks I typically go on. Let me just queue up the music bot. Music bot. It's just a window of Apple Music. Don't tell anyone. Where's my soundscapes? Alright, music. A little loud. Alright, cool. I'll be right back. Taking a sippy of my water. You know, never actually plugged in my tablet, which is where the drawing happens. So let me launch VitoTube. Let me pull chat up. There I am. Big computer. And there's another thing I need to set up really quick. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Browser. Did I close it? No, I didn't. It's in this. I don't know if this is how I'm supposed to do it, but right now I'm just linking to two different overlays in OBS. Is this? Okay, so believe it or not, we have a sponsor. I didn't know it was possible to get a sponsor this early, but we have one. It's here. Uh, linking. Uh, I didn't know it was possible to get a raid sponsorship this early, but this is part of the overlay that's used. I need to shift stream elements up a little bit so chat's out of the way. That works. Doesn't need to be an exact science. Alright, recent file, multiverses. Let me switch to scene. Oh, it's already capturing fire alpaca. That's one less step for me. Oh crap, I gotta import the so I am sponsored by Raid, but the thing is I'm doing the sponsor I'm gonna be doing the Raid segment next stream purely because I want this stream to be the art stream just for consistency reasons, and God, there's so many. My OBS sources are very disorganized. So next stream is going to be me playing Raid. This stream, I gotta hide the text. This stream, I'm just going to be doing the art because I want to be consistent with my quote unquote schedule. I've, alright, gotta actually plug in the tablet because I didn't do that. You'd think I'd do that while setting up, but no, I'm just dealing with basic human functions like going to the bathroom. Alright, uh, let me know if stream blanks out for a little bit because I don't know what happens when I switch displays live on stream. Launching my tablet, and here we go. Okay, cool. So the display is smaller, so I need to resize Fire Alpaca. Everything else seems to fit snugly on the screen. So yeah, the last art stream we did, we drew this Marvin right here, which looks pretty cool. Now we're gonna draw my second main, Jason. And before we do that, I need to get reference images because those are important. Also, if you look, if you, oh God, that's distracting. That is a very distracting plugin. Um, if you look at the bottom, you can actually see the sponsorship link, which is part of my sponsorship. I'm trying this out. I'm not sure how successful it's actually going to be, but I figured might as well give it a shot. You're not obligated to do so by any means, but I would appreciate it as supporting the stream. Official render. We're gonna port that in here. I'm not sure if I should hide the Marvin while I'm drawing Jason. We definitely need the clouds visible, but I mean, we can leave it on. It doesn't matter that much. These are all our Marvin references, and now we're going to have an entirely separate folder for the Jason references. Hmm. Just alright. So for now, I'm going to have the reference folder be above the Marvin layers. Actually, move it. Thank you. Hide this because we don't really need it. Actually, let's just make this transparent just so it's easier to. Because we want to be focusing on our Jason drawing, not necessarily the side of the canvas that's already complete. Refs. Do we want to? We're probably gonna want this flipped. So Jason's gonna be right here, and Jason doesn't only has 2 weapons as opposed to Marvin's 4 different weapons for his specials. I'm probably just gonna have like tents and a campsite in the background as opposed to all of Marvin's weapons. Just I noticed Jason's Rift has like dead trees as a part of his aesthetic, I guess, so I'll just have a forest in the background as opposed to focusing on Marvin's weapons. So move this to here. So Marvin's like Marvin. I'm already getting their names mixed up. Where did I put my draw artist glove? Here it is. So Jason's got a big torso, a relatively smaller head in comparison. I'm not sure how to render the shoulders, but he does have large shoulders. Alright, so for Marvin, I want to use the same brush length for Marvin that I did with Jason, and that is a nice consistent 10. So we're gonna want. So I think for this image, it's okay that Jason's torso takes up can most of his side. We want him leaning to the forward slightly to emphasize him towering over his non-bulky counterpart. So the way the torso is drawn kind of needs to reflect the shoulders. I think. I'm not a professional on this. It might be I'm not sure if I'm simplifying the human anatomy too much or if this is okay for the drawing. It's kind of difficult scheduling these streams because I'm don't really have an audience to base off of what would be the best times to stream and what would be bad times to stream. So I'm a little more lax with when I decide to stream. Yesterday I just didn't feel like doing it because I was just tired. Mm. I'm not sure if Jason is specifically right-handed or left-handed. Actually, let me look that up. Jason Voorhees is a right-handed killer, according to Friday the 13th.net. Sounds like a reputable source, if any. So according to this forum post, the founder of the Friday the 13th.net forum, he was left-handed in part 2, but right-handed in every part after. So I guess we can get away with making this his dominant hand. He's gonna... You might need to move him closer, actually, to the cloud, because... Hang on. So we have... Marvin goes out. That's not a pencil, that's a drawing. That's a lasso. Marvin goes out this far for his. Probably should have put this on somewhere other than this layer, but we'll move it a little to the side, but that should be fine for now. Also, instead of clicking save, I'm just gonna hit Control S on my keyboard. It was funny making a big deal out of saving, but also I could just hit that one keybind. Brush. Use the brush. I'm always curious as to where to stick the hands, because human proportions technically don't work, because he has a massive torso and a relatively small head. Speaking of which, let's draw the head. That too small? That feels too small. I shouldn't focus too much on making the sketch perfect, but also I'm basing the rest of my drawing around it, so I kind of want it to be good. Maybe I need to move this line closer. That kind of works, yeah. Should I just have it like the same arm posture Marvin's doing? I'm not really sure if there's. I mean, I could have it facing downward like this, but that doesn't really make much sense. I guess I'd have it extended out more so that the machete has more room to machete. I'm not sure. Okay, hide this. I don't need it anymore. I'm checking stream elements really quick because it's supposed to say to have the goal widget on screen, but also For some reason, it's not counting the widget as being on screen, despite the fact that it's very clearly right there on screen. You guys can see the goal widget, right? It's right there in the middle of the stream. Not sure why it's not counting the goal widget as being enabled when it's right there. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's deal is, but screw it. This is just an art stream, not a raid stream. I'm mostly taking I mostly just want to figure out what the hell a raid is because I hear about it, but I never really hear about the game itself, just the online buzz surrounding it. According to this briefing that I totally read before starting this stream, it's the top free RPG game on mobile with more than 600 different champions to collect and customize from, with new champions every month. So, I mean, if it's a top art, I don't play top RPGs often, but apparently, if it is a top RPG, then that's good for it. I don't know. I'm not going to show much of this arm over here, but might as well sketch it out so we have the remainder of the arm. Pretty sure I'm drawing these arms right. I don't know how to draw shoulders, especially for this angle. 10 viewers free for you. No, you're supposed to use my code. I'm not supposed to use your code. I think you have it backwards. You're supposed to use code my turn for free rewards in Raid Shadow Legends. I don't Codes don't work for Twitch viewers. I think that's how you get a ban. You're supposed to use my code my turn for what's this panel say again? 20 things, 200,000 silver, I think that's silver, and a free champion. You're supposed to use my code. Thank you very much, not yours. You have it backwards here, sir. Time out. You don't get to no view advertising in my channel. Uh, Crap, I gotta draw hands. Hands are pretty important because Marvin has most of his hand is obscured by his gun, so that's pretty simple, but that's not gonna work so much here. Hmm. Hands, they're difficult. Maybe I should use a smaller pen size for this, just for now. Just for the sketch layer. And I know I need to think about the thumb, because... Okay, take the knife. Move it to the right a little bit. Start with the thumb, because the thumb is where you'll be holding the pen. But then I need room for the other fingers. So here the thumb is on top of the other finger, so I guess I need to worry about the knuckles of the other fingers. In case you couldn't tell, I suck at drawing hands. Alright, we'll skeleton it out so that use a bit lighter brush. Hmm. I need a little more variation in the fingers so that you can tell which one's which. Actually, let's make these two longer and these two shorter. That'll work. See, that looks okay, but now the machete's too small for the knife, meaning I need to... The machete should have just been on its own layer. I gotta move the machete now. There we go. Using technology for its intended purpose. Pog. There we go. Looks a little scuffed, but at least the handle is in the right place. Does this need to be taller? Does kind of look weird that Marvin and Jason are the same height. Can I fix that by moving Marvin down a little bit? I mean, nothing's stopping me, is there, besides maybe this flag that I'll have to redraw? No, that flips the canvas. I want to move this down. I don't want to redraw that. That works. We'll have to redraw some of the background assets, but it's good for now. I say that every 5 seconds. I need to think of a new saying. Alright, so I think I should just fix that by showing more of his more leg. Head probably needs to be larger as well. Just sizing just doesn't look natural. Like he looks bulkier, but it looks like he's shrunken down to fit on the same canvas as Marvin, which I don't want. How do I fix that? Hmm. Maybe it is the head. Maybe the head does need to be larger. We'll draw little circles to represent the eyes, get a better feel for how the character looks. Mm, looks better, I guess. Maybe it needs to be wider because it's at an angle. I feel like I've skimped out on how wide Jason should be. Let's take this arm. Move it over here. No, I don't want to rotate it. I rotated it. I didn't mean to rotate it. There we go. Up. It's gonna be off by negative -0.1 degree, but I don't care enough to fix it. Okay, so I can just press 1 to reset my whatever this is. So we're gonna use a darker shade of red. Might need to move the head to the side as well to accommodate for there being more shoulder room. Starting to look a bit more like Jason already. Also needs to be jutting out to accentuate his wideness. Maybe not jutting out that much though. I'm not sure. I don't. That works. Then I can just put that in a box. I meant to use blue, but yellow will work fine. Jason's the focus, so it's alright if he's a little wide for his rift. Yeah, now that the stance is a lot wider, feels more like the Jason we know and love. To be honest, I haven't heard much about Raid outside of advertisements, and this sponsorship would be a good opportunity to try out Raid for myself and get my own perspective on the game. Because obviously people have made YouTube videos on it before, but nothing beats your own perspective. Because I've played a couple. I don't know if Raid counts as a gotcha game, but I've played a couple gotcha-like mobile games before, mainly the Cookie Run series. A lot of times it's about the, I guess, exponential difficulty scaling that's often offset with microtransactions. And I will wonder about how Raid handles its microtransactions. Not automatically saying that it's good or bad, just I'll see it for myself, basically. Because a lot of times when because I've played a couple of the Cookie Yarn games, and my main issue is that the gameplay just gets kind of stale, pun not intended. The gameplay doesn't really shake up, and the only thing that really changes is how you micromanage the game to offset the scaling difficulty. Like the designs of Cookie Run are really nice, and that's mostly what keeps people playing. And I guess in terms of design, I'll see what Raid Shadow Legends has. I've owned There's like the hero on the Twitch panel advertisement, but I imagine there's more than just that one hero. And it'll be interesting to see what they come up with. Because if there's 600 champions, then 600, right? Yeah, 600 different champions. Then I'll see what designs they can come up with for each of those different champions. See how unique they are. See what their overall style is. not really a mouth, but it's the closest facial feature I have to put on here, so I might as well sketch it out. This needs to be over here. Here. I just noticed that out of his entire character, there's like two parts where his skin shows. I guess there's the back of his head, but you don't see that terribly often. His mask intentionally hides as much as you possibly can from Voorhees. I think his hips need to be wider. Yes, very funny statement out of context, I know. His hips do, in fact, need to be wider. They need to fit his entire torso. Because, like, maybe I should just tilt these to the side a little so that he's more of a stance as opposed to just standing perfectly straight. We could still widen those legs a little bit. Jason's bulky. Accentuate the thickness. Hmm. Fuck. The hips are wrong. They're not. The hips are in line with the torso, and it's very off visually. Can I? I don't think I'm band-aiding that. I think I just have to redraw the hips. Magic wand, abracadabra, make it go away. Hmm. So these all really need to be on separate layers. So this leg could go down he damn it. This leg could go down here. Oh, that's Shift D. I need to press Control D. And there's a ghosting image. I don't care. This is the sketch layer. Okay, let's bump up the tolerance a little bit because we don't want to be here forever just clicking Shift. Alright, so we need a straight through. The legs need to support Jason's weight. Alright, it's a little scuffed, but that will work. Actually, I changed my mind about this leg. focusing too much on perfection again. I know I'm having a really difficult time coming over stream topics right now, but one of the best free-to-play games I've ever came up with is not that I came up with. The best free-to game I've ever played is probably Team Fortress 2. There's a lot of free-to-play games out there, but I feel like the gameplay loop of TF2 is the most satisfying out of any of them, and economy isn't even central to TF2, which I guess you could say the same thing about Fortnite, but TF2 is the same no matter how much money you spend on it. Like with the exception of a few taunts, maybe there's it's almost the same game throughout. So I think most mobile games do a decent job of balancing free to play progression. Believe it or not, I one of the old MMOs I used to play, Wizard 101, had a really big, obviously has quite a few pay to win items, the most notable example being Kroger Jewels. So, to explain Wizard 101 very briefly, there were card packs you could get for your game that were sold in specific stores, and they were like gift cards because not only did they give you so many years of membership or crowns, which is the game's premium currency, but they also gave you, what is it? They also gave you items that you could use in game. Some of these items were decently good, like extra energy, or they were ridiculously good, like Maycasts and special power ups that you only get from the Kroger jewels. So you'd have players running these sets, you'd have players with advantages that weren't there to players who don't eke out these specific packs. And these are like $40 a pack, so you're getting on top of a membership that's already $80 a month. It's pretty not month, $80 a year. It's pretty egregious to then have $40 packs with pay to win items. It only really affects PvP, but it's still a big concern. It's just interesting seeing how games balance their economies. Okay, let's actually. Do we want to do liner? We have. I'm gonna do another layer specifically for the clothing because there's a lot going on with the clothing, and I want to make sure we have it planned out before we start making lines willy-nilly. I'm not sure how much I should plan my sketches, really. Is this album over already? Yes. Craig. Craig seems like a very trustworthy individual. 4 corners. Just like my room, it has 4 corners. The like door juts out a little bit, so technically it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 corners. But most rooms have corners. Corners is a very cornerstone of society. I'm just saying shit at this point. I bet Raid Shadow Legends has a lot of corners, and that's why you should get it and use my code, my turn, for. I already forgot what the rewards were. Like, I know they give me stuff, but. Like, I'll obviously familiarize myself before I start streaming the game, but I've just been more focused on prepping the art stream than anything else. Nah, we need to. Now, here, the away side is clearly slightly higher than this. It's intentionally uneven, so I'm gonna mimic that, I guess. I'm not sure if that's sticking to the model or if there's something other than that I should be doing. There's. Now keep in mind, I flipped this image just so that the arm looks easier to draw. So technically this would be on the right side of his arm, I think. I'm not sure how I should draw this, to be honest. God, Multiversus has fallen victim to fandom. Not anything but fandom.com. Why fandom.com? Anything but fandom.com. Every time I run into a wiki that uses fandom.com, I become grateful for the ones that don't. Actually, now that I'm curious, does Raid Wiki use. I mean, fandom's a pretty common website for wikis. It's not a bad thing. It's not inherently a death sentence. It's not inherently a condemnation that your game uses fandom wiki. Just room for improvement. That's all. There's also raidwiki.com. Fan site for Raid Shadow Legends addicts. Does that exist? Will this stream create Raid Shadow Legends addicts? Tear here. We're gonna want. I'm not concerned about the exact placement of his clove whips. His sleeves also go out in like a cuff shape. Gotta get the cuffs right. Cuffs are on the outside, so probably just not gonna draw this side of him. I'm not sure how much of this I want to show. I could also just make the canvas larger. That could also work. He's also leaning backward. Like that's kind of the opposite of what I wanted. That works. No one needs to know I rotated the canvas 5 degrees. No, stick 5 degrees. 5 degrees works. Alright, now with all this effort, we can finally work on the line art. Nope, wait, we need the mask. I wonder if my drawing process can be improved upon. Okay, now we can do line art. This is the fun part, the part where things actually happen and I actually start making a drawing. Where do we start? Let's start with the mask. So his head is kind of spherical here, and I think I need to correct that by making it less spherical. I'm gonna move his head to the right a little bit so that, because we're mostly interested in this area, which is where the actual mask is going to be, right? Ah, God. Move the mask with him. Because, like, this is an oval shape when his head's more head-shaped, if that makes any sense. I guess I should continue on my subject of free-to-play games. Paladins. Anyone remember Paladins? Paladins was fun. The last time I played Paladin, someone told me I should do something very bad because I didn't heal him as Genos. Fondly remember the day when a Victor said that I should be healing him as a Genos and not our front line. Meanwhile, all of us were getting spawn camped and none of us left spawn. Those were good times. I don't know if Paladin still gets updates. I don't check on it, and I kind of uninstalled it. There was just so much setup involved. A lot of the times, matches were decided by builds, and I just wanted an ability shooter. I didn't really like min-maxing all of my different builds. Like, in theory, I could have made a pretty good deck, but also I kind of just want to turn my brain off and spam abilities. I always felt like I was losing in Paladins for not running meta strats. My main was Genos, and Genos isn't really the best healer. He's more of a support healer that can also do damage and stun on the side. I was constantly getting out healed by classes like Grover and insert other dedicated healer whose name I can't remember. Ooh, I like the flute in this one. Turn it around. What other free-to-play games am I forgetting about? Does anyone remember Unturned? I don't even remember Unturned. I played it for like 2 seconds and got bored of it. My friend mostly got me into Unturned, but I never really got far into it. Like, there's supposed to be an economy with the game, but I never really got that far to see what it is. It's kind of hard to have abilities in a survival game where I guess that's why I didn't really like Unturned, because it was kind of boring as a survival game. Didn't really get that too involved into it. I think as a kid, I just was drawn towards free-to-play games because, well, obviously, you don't have any money and you want games on Steam, you're going to be drawn to the free-to-play game section. I don't know, maybe child me would have loved Raid Shadow Legends purely because it was free. That's the fun part about the game market is that sometimes you're blessed with free creations. Does anyone remember Cubic Castles? It was I don't know if it still has a player base, but it was a free to play sandbox game where everyone had their own little worlds and you'd gather resources to why is this not selecting? Hello? Hello? Okay, my stylus just crapped itself for a minute there. It was this Minecraft like where you could build your own world and visit other people's worlds. And all of these worlds were on the same, I guess, like network. You had this large mini map where I don't know how to draw Jason's eyes, so they're just that for now. It was this large network where you could visit, see other people's worlds on a mini map and jump into them. It was a fun game with its own unique crafting system and that. But the problem was it too inevitably descended into grinding where the main currency was qubits and the main method of acquiring them was either cursor. Hello. I don't. So This is not the time for my binds to not work, not while I'm yapping. The main way to get cubids was either trading with other players, which if you didn't already have a farm wouldn't work, or just mining blocks over and over again. Because every time you mine a block, you had a chance to get the premium currency. So you'd have players just mining entire chunks out of resource worlds purely for that one resource. And you just sit there clicking blocks over and over again, hoping to get a premium resource. Their economy was actually pretty elaborate too. You had player-made shops where you were buying and selling qubits. The amount of effort put into player-made shops was actually pretty good. There were item stands for the sole purpose of showing off what items you had for sale. It was a really fun sandbox, just hard to progress with how much of it relied on currency. Might be worth revisiting on stream. Okay, every time I press space, it's supposed to be a shortcut to the move bind, but now for some reason it says draw a straight line by holding shift. Wait, I don't know why it's just now doing that. I've never had an issue with my binds before that happened. What other? Come on, Tristan. You know there's other free to play games out there. Name drop, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Plants vs Zombies technically isn't free to game, but the mobile play game is. That's also up there for one of the better free to play games out there. It's really only ever a single player game because that was before every game was a live experience, 80 events going on at once kind of game. But you really only had just like single player currencies there. It was also a very cool game to just have on my phone. I played a little bit of Plants vs. Zombies 2. I didn't go very far into it because there were just obscene difficulty spikes that I didn't feel like doing with. I wasn't sure if it was my skill as a player or the level of my plants. Because I feel like ever since they've added levels to plants, it's just an excuse to ramp up the difficulty for obscene amounts. And if you don't clear the difficulty, oh, well, you just need to level up your plants. I haven't played Plants vs. Zombies free, but I feel like, judging by what I hear other people talk about, it falls into the very same issue of making it obscenely hard and have the player buy shit to get them out of it. Grab bind. You have worked flawlessly up until now. Please don't suck. I don't have a neck. Kind of need one of those. Okay. Is this just my tip? Let me try replacing the tip. Because I have 8 replaceable pen nibs. Nibs. Nibs is a much safer word than tip. I should say nibs as opposed to saying tip. The problem is, it's hard to get the nib out because it's kind of in the pen and there's not really a way to get it out. I could use. I mean, I could use my fingernail clippers, but I don't think I'm supposed to use those on pencil nibs. It's not okay. I'll wait because I don't 100% know if it's the pen nib that's giving me issues right now. Oh, while we're on the topic of free-to-play games, I played a crap ton of Roblox back in the day. I visited every now and then, but I played Roblox non-stop as a child. It was the game. I remember when tickets were still in the game. Everyone remembers tickets. Nobody forgets tickets. Everyone hates Roblox for removing tickets. Tickets were. It's doing it again. Tickets were what made Roblox a free to play game. Because as long as you engaged in the game, okay, that's the third time in a row. I'm just gonna drag around the screen because I'm not sure. For some, I might have to replace this pen nib. It's been serving me well, but I also maybe it's just when I tilt my pen in a specific angle. Because when it works fine. But it's when I go to do something else and then drag again that the pen starts giving me. Like right now, I stopped dragging for 0.5 seconds, and then all of a sudden it does that again. I think I'm losing viewers because I'm complaining about my pen nib. I'm just gonna fucking replace it. Yeah, no. As a Roblox veteran, I was kind of disappointed in the Roblox Classic event. A lot of people will echo this sentiment. Se- Sentiment. That's not even a word I just said. What the hell is sentiment? A lot of people will echo this sentiment, but it mostly just feels like new Roblox games with a classic coat of paint, which isn't terrible per se, but it really didn't feel like classic Roblox. It was nice to see classic Roblox architecture, like the Happy Home and Crossroads, but they didn't actually use old Roblox. They just used old Roblox assets. No one ended up playing Crossroads. No one ended up playing. Granted, I didn't check those maps, but the event just focused on new games instead of old games, which is really weird. The most classic it got was typing in chat to activate hidden secrets. That was the okay. It's not the pen nib. It's just my drag specifically screwing up. That's very weird, and I'll have to figure out a fix for that at some point. Nice little guitar there. Like, it says I'm holding down space, but I'm not doing anything. And now it says I'm holding down space. It flips to the hand for a split second and then does it. It has literally never done that before. I'm gonna try closing and reopening Fire Alpaca because that is incredibly annoying to my workflow. Open recent, Multiversus. Alright, we'll see how long it is until it does that again, but that's incredibly annoying. As for a free to play game itself, a lot of times it comes down to the specific game itself. Obviously, ever since Roblox removed tickets, you either had to wait for events, which occasionally give you something good, or you just spend Robux. I'll give it credit that a lot of Robux items have become pretty affordable, and you can, with granted, affordable isn't that great of an indicator when talking about a free to play game, but you could assemble an entire outfit for very minimal Robux. I've never purchased Robux myself, but my sister gave me a gift card she wasn't using, and it was like, what, 400 Robux, I think? I don't remember. On one hand, it's nice that items have gotten cheaper, but also that's kind of an inconvenience to the people that make said items because they have to shoot for the lowest price or not get not get their Robux. Like back when people made stuff for tickets, it was just a matter of getting tickets. But I feel like tying Robux to stuff just removes the fun out of creating. Not to mention the sweatshop levels of compensation that developers get for making their games. I shouldn't be focusing on the line so much. I've That's what I spent the sketching phase planning for. A lot of times the pay to win aspects of Roblox came down to the the developer of the game you're playing. Some games like Arsenal were purely cosmetics, while others were directly giving you more abilities than your non-paying counterparts. I was just browsing around and saw a game that was called Test Your RNG, and it was literally just you pushing a button and it rolling a probability. You don't even get an item with a rarity. You just get the rarity itself, which is pretty. I don't know if stupid's the right word, but it's pretty up there. And at first I thought, well, this is kind of an interesting concept. And then I realized there was more than one game based off of it. And all I could think of was, how the hell is this an entire genre? Because, like, you can't even spam click the button. You have to wait until you can roll again. And you have to pay money to auto roll. That's the funniest part. When games lock micromanagement behind auto payment. Now, this is where I turn things back to our sponsor because good old Raid Shadow Legends has an auto battler feature, so you don't have to sit through the brunt of loot farming and just you don't even need to click. You just let it do its thing while you go make a sandwich. But a lot of Roblox games will actually charge you for stuff like auto collection, auto selling, auto rolling. It's a new form of monetization that I definitely don't like. Okay, so ever since replacing the pen nib, I think replacing the pen nib, I don't think the pen nib was the issue. I think I just needed to relaunch Fire Alpaca, but I'll see if the issue comes back up. I don't know how long pen nibs are supposed to last anyway. In fact, I don't even remember where I placed it. It's like just larger than a needle, and I placed it on my desk, which is typically not the most well lit part of my room. My desk is in the corner of my room. I have a lamp on my nightstand, which is below my desk, and I have a lamp in the center of the room on the ceiling. Neither of those reach my desk, and it's broad daylight, so it's not really making that much of a difference. I'm back. I'm stretching. I have to make noises when I'm stretching because that makes the stretching better. Alright, old man. What else can I remember about free to play video games? It's not free to play, but I played Minecraft Pocket Edition a lot as a kid because it was significantly cheaper than the PC version of Minecraft. Plus, I wasn't really sure my old laptop at the time could run Minecraft. Laptops nowadays are already inferior to desktops when running games. Imagine how they were back in like 2010. My old laptop couldn't even run Team Fortress 2, so it definitely wasn't running Minecraft. So I just played Pocket Edition a lot on my phone, and the funny thing I remember about Pocket Edition is that there were Pocket Edition servers, but they weren't as good as PC servers because they were using my phone's Wi-Fi. There were games like PvP games like Hunger Games, and I don't remember if Bed Wars was a thing back when I played Pocket Edition, but there were PvP games on mobile. Imagine playing Minecraft PvP is difficult enough as is. Imagine playing it on a freaking mobile interface. I commend anyone who can get away with PvP combat on a mobile phone. That shit's difficult. I guess. Okay, so his collar's here. I made his collar way too big because they're not supposed to extend past the arm. There's clearly supposed to be a lot more space between the collar and the arm, but oh well. I remember the very small portion of time I tried playing servers on Pocket Edition. There was a update block. I'll just show it on stream because no one's gonna know what I'm talking about if I just rattle on. Update game block. So as a kid, I read the Minecraft Wiki a lot, which was much more of a quintessential Minecraft experience than Pocket Edition, because quite simply, a lot of Minecraft features were behind on Pocket Edition before Bedrock. I hate Bedrock, but I do have to give it credit for giving a massive parity change to all the console and mobile versions of Bedrock, about Minecraft. I can't speak today. Anyways, so reading the Minecraft wiki, one of the random things I came across was this, the update game block. exclusive to Bedrock Edition that is generated in place of blocks that are not yet added. This is one of the things I actually ran into while playing Mobile Edition, and it was just very weird seeing a regular Minecraft build and then dirt blocks with green text saying to update. Seeing this in like a match of Hunger Games just kind of messed with me as a kid. It was weird. It's also a very interesting way of version parody. Just having a dirt block in place of where blocks would be. I figured most games would just tell the player to update their game version before. And, but Minecraft actually had a pretty interesting solution. If I'm going to draw these hands, I'm going to make them larger. Make it at least as big as the arm that's holding the hand. Boy, I hope I'm drawing these hands correctly. I shouldn't do this. I just don't feel like making a separate layer for the thumb. Okay, so I gotta be right back really quick. I gotta take care of some work stuff. Someone just came back with groceries and I want to help them out, so I'll be right back. I'll try not to take too long. Sorry about this. some good tunes to come back to. I terribly apologize for the extended wait. Uh, we found a. Where the hell did I put my drawing pen? We found a bird outside on the driveway, and it was a baby bird. It was clearly underneath a tree, but we couldn't see or reach any potential nest that it could have been in. So we're currently working on a makeshift nest to keep it in so its mother can find it. Now, because I was away from the screen, we couldn't really work on this drawing. But if we were playing Raid Shadow Legends with its innovative and unique auto battler system, then we would still be chugging full speed ahead. Tomorrow, we will play Raid tomorrow, but let's get this drawing done. Holy crap, I forgot my freaking artist pen. Where did I put it? How could I have lost something? It's right here. It's on. It's just so dark I can't see it on top of my tablet. Let's get this done. That look normal for your hand? Not really. You see more of the thumb than you see the actual palm itself. So it'd be more like this. That looks alright. That looks good. And I'm getting spammed with battery low. In general, I'm always careful when coming across small animals. We're in a suburban area, so we're usually next to a bunch of trees, woodland animals. Let me get a look at the machete. Machete doesn't even have a hand guard, it's just pure edge. Uh, God, why is it that every time I unmute my mic, my dog likes to bark up? There's nothing even there. It's just one of my family members walking outside, and that is enough to just make him go ballistic. There's no intruders, no one in the house, and he's just barking it up because that's what he finds fun. Speaking of dogs, I wonder if any of the 600 unique champions that you can collect and customize of Raid Shadow Legends feature dogs. The Raid team probably likes dogs, and so I'd imagine there'd be like dog-based heroes and bosses. Like Cerberus is probably in there somewhere. Okay, maybe his machete is gonna be slightly out of frame. Maybe we're just gonna have to accept that. No, that's nowhere near large enough. His machete's easily twice the size of his hand. But now it's just ridiculously out of frame. We're already struggling to keep Jason in the frame, and now this machete is just going overboard. Also, I need a new album. Craig, I'm not gonna try and pronounce that last name. Craig seems nice. Let's blues. I have listened to jazz, but I haven't listened to much blues. Fire Red Moon sounds like an ability from Raid Shadow Legends. Use code my turn to gain 200 silver, 20. I don't know. Needs to be wider too. I'm really new to sponsorships. I just sort of tried this one because it seemed like fun. Okay, I'm just gonna wait. If I Marvin isn't taking up all of the screen, so I might just move him to the side so that I have more room for Jason. Okay, no, I need to select his background layer as well. I wish I could just move it in a straight line without I'm closing my door. I don't know if you guys can hear my dogs on the stream, but nothing we've seemed to do makes the dog stop barking. He just barks at anything walking past, even if there's nothing actually walking past. I'm not sure what to do about it. Anyways, I wish there was a way we could just move this to the side without having to deal with. Because like in Blender, there's a key shortcut to just move on a certain axis, but Fire Alpaca doesn't exactly have that. Jason's gonna be a little larger, but that's warranted being Jason. Reference is kind of cropped, but it'll be fine. Shit. Um, where the hell did I put my phone? God damn it, there was something I forgot about. Fuck. God damn it, why? Sorry for the extended wait. My sister randomly decides to text me about what the hell her Minecraft password is. I fuck. Where the hell is this? Should just wait, but like, hate dealing with this shit. God. Man, remember the good old days when you could just DS download, play a game, and just play with someone sitting right next to you? Now you gotta need a fucking account for everything. My boomer is showing, but whoa, I found the red power. So I guess that changes how you see what you've selected. I'm not sure what it does, but weird. This shoulder does not look right at all. I need to fix this shoulder. The DS had a lot of very fun multiplayer games. I just didn't really get an opportunity to play them because I didn't have many friends that owned the DS. Nope, it still looks weird. Okay, so I can just hold shift instead of going all the way up there to hit the button. So pressing up resets the flip as well as orientation. Good to know. Mario Party DS. I didn't play Mario Party DS with many friends, but it was definitely one of the most fun games on the Nintendo DS. Also one of the best looking games graphically. Now, Raid Shadow Legends has amazing graphics for a free to play mobile game, but for its time, Mario Party DS had really good presentation wise. A lot of its mini games were just isolated parts and they positioned the camera. Thinking back, they could definitely position the camera so that it limited what you view. Like some games were entirely top down, some mini games were isometrical, and even then, you still felt like all the models in that game looked great. I remember one of my friends owned Call of Duty for the DS. I really wish I watched him play that game. I don't remember him actually touching it or playing it, but I remember he owned it, and I just want to know what it's like. How do you compress a game with graphics on a similar. Wait, I'm still in static, hang on. I don't know how you compress a game with graphics on par as Raid Shadow Legends onto a Nintendo DS. These shoulders are going to be fucked. I don't know how to draw shoulders. I need to get some head and shoulders, so maybe I'll draw head and shoulders better. Let's stick to the legs. The waistband is going to be around here, so that's where his pants start, because there's a clear difference between his pants and his shirt. Actually, they're less spherical and more wide at the base, narrower at the bottom. I need to think about Jason's proportions, not people proportions. This album kind of rocks. Definitely another one I'm adding to my chill playlist. I wonder what the soundtrack to Raid Shadow Legends is like, because obviously the cutscenes show off the amazing graphic mucus, but don't hear much of the soundtrack, and that'll be interesting. Granted, I might just play jazz music over it like I do for most of the games I play, but it'll be interesting to see Raid soundtrack Legends. Maybe I just need more experience drawing bulky characters. Absolute unit characters. No, that's way too small. Hmm, not sure what the accurate hip to leg ratio should be, but that looks good. Alright, we're gonna transition to a smaller line art for the tears on their clothing. Oops, didn't mean to hide that. Maybe I should actually. It lets me view a little bit more of the reference I'm working off of. This guy has a really nice voice. I like his stuff. 96 degrees. Dick. I need to just make lines one at a time instead of trying to do them in big sweeps. Baby red. I've heard of baby blue, but haven't really heard of baby red. I suppose something that comes hand in hand with free games is the events going on in those free games, because I'm not. This isn't technically explicit to free games, but a lot of them tend to have like rotating seasons and events to keep players invested. Events is kind of a balance because while on one hand you want to have fresh things for players to experience so your game doesn't get stale, you also it's also kind of pressuring because you don't want the player to get overwhelmed by constantly playing. This is different than the other rips. Hang on. This is like patchy, whereas the others are clear tears. Weird. Damn that guitar solo. Damn that guitar solo. He's going hard on it. I really apologize for VOD watchers. You'll just have to look up this song to know what I'm talking about. But damn, this goes hard. How does the line art look by itself? Because just hiding the sketch layer is the quickest way to spot, like, what's off about it and what I could change. Do we just go into it? Because, like, small stuff like the folds and the pattern on a shirt, I could add. The chains! We forgot the chains! It's right around his neck. It's sitting there, right there, laughing at us, clanking maliciously. What's something I could. I don't have anything around here that makes a clanking noise, but it's laughing at us, staring at us in the face, and we totally forgot it. I totally forgot it. You're sitting there watching me do all this. I bet Raid Shadow Legends doesn't forget about their out details like this. I need to be more like Raid Shadow Legends. I think this also needs to be pointed down, so I think I'm gonna. Wrong layer. Wait, right layer. move this down a little bit. This seems pretty upbeat for blues. I also don't listen to blues very much, so I'm not sure what to expect, really. I think it needs to cover. That looks like an improvement. That feels better, but we need the mask to go up to extend off of it. Come on, we need a signature chain. We can't just leave. We can't just leave ice like this unattended. We gotta add it to the drawing. In fact, it's getting its own layer. Alright, so sketch layer. It's gonna be around here. Gotta plug my fucking headset in again. So it starts back here, goes down. Actually, this is where tab would work. See, now I don't have to move back and forth like I'm trying to dodge arrows from one of the legendary champions in Raid Shadow Legends. They go down like this, and then here. Now I'm gonna take these lines, switch colors, and start drawing. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is switch colors, have red, which is the opposite of green. Chains often alter in direction. I don't know if alter is the right word, but they're clearly perpendicular to each other. Green chains were sideways, red chains were vertical. That way I keep track of which direction each chain is supposed to be in. Direction is kind of vague, but why am I getting pinged? Who's pinging me on discord.com? I guess I'm going back to yapping, but I remember when I was a kid, I didn't really know how the App Store works. I just knew that games appeared from my phone on my phone, and I was grateful for whenever that happened. I think I'm doing this right. You know, this one doesn't look vertical. I think instead of... I don't know what the shortcut to this is. In any Photoshop editor, you just hover over something and... Does that show up on OBS? Very slightly, god damn it. So like in any other photo editor, you just hover over something and it would tell you the shortcut for it, but not in Fire Alpaca, which I hope is something they can change. I wonder if there are keybinds in my the game I'm particularly interested in, Raid Shadow Legends. Use code MyTurn for fuck, I gotta check. 20, I think for 20, I think that's gold. Two 200,000 silver and what I think is a legendary champion. Does it actually show you? It just tells you to log in. It doesn't tell you what rewards you get when you click on it. Just like I'm playing the blues right now. What a coincidence. I wonder if the devs of Raid Shadow Legends are a fan of the blues. It reminds me a lot of classical rock as opposed... Not that it's bad, I'm really enjoying this album so far. I'm not sure how these combine. Green, green, red. I guess they connect here, which would be a green. I mean, I could cheat by just making this lower. Extend the red off of each of these. Very scientific terms here. Alright. Time to actually draw the chains instead of sketching them. Oh, there was a spider on screen. That's pretty cool. The mask doesn't feel defined enough. I feel like the mask is missing something. I mean, it's obviously missing the holes, but I mean that looks better, but I'm not sure what it's missing. Wait, what does V do? V does the move, I guess. I should just push random buttons to figure out what they do. Hmm. This is going to be very involved drawing. These chains are going to take up a lot of effort just to conceive. They need to be more rounded. They can't end in just perfect squares. There wouldn't be perfect squares in Raid Shadow Legends. All their polygons are subdiverse so that they're smooth. You don't see the polygons because that's just how good Raid Shadow Legends is at graphics. Round this out. This is gonna take a lot of fucking effort for these chains, but I'm drawing the fucking Jason. I am finishing this drawing. Drawing complex things is a very difficult balance because on one hand it can be fun to figure them out, but on the other hand you have to figure out how to draw them, and it's either rewarding when you figure it out or just very difficult. I still don't have basic human proportions down, as you can tell by this Jason. feels flat, but I can only get better at drawing proportions by continuing to draw proportions as opposed to constantly shaking my head and going, no, this doesn't look right. Christmas chains, Christmas chains. I just used red because it contrasted to green, which is a random color, but I also happen to like red and green as colors. I bet there's a lot of red and green champions in Raid Shadow Legends. When there's over 600 champions, there's bound to be a few Christmas themed ones. I know a lot of mobile games typically go for a clan feature. There was an option for this sponsorship to go with clans, but I don't know if I quite have the following for clan stuff. There's a lot of clans in general are hard to maintain in mobile games because everyone's doing different stuff and you're not always going to have everyone on the same page. Even for not mobile games, it's hard just getting everyone on the same schedule. I'm in a Minecraft world with a few of my friends, and we've been playing it on and off occasionally, but we've we've hit the point where we're supposed to slay the Ender Dragon, and we just haven't yet. We all just collectively stopped playing because none of us want to actually fight the Ender Dragon. And if we do fight the Ender Dragon, then everyone has to be on to fight said Ender Dragon. So now it becomes an important thing we have to schedule, and it just adds complexity. Maybe when my followers have a larger following, I'd be able to do clan stuff, but not necessarily right this second. Start, yeah. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've checked the Switch for any sales the Switch has. I need to play my Switch more often. I've said this before. Nintendo games never go on sale, but there might be some interesting indie games I want on my Switch. Or I could just get Slay the Spire a second time. It doesn't hurt to have a portable version of Slay the Spire. I've owned I've owned Balloons on PC, but I decided to buy it on mobile because, well, it just feels like a mobile game, first off. And second of all, there's enough content that I could play it on the go as well as on PC. Overall, it's a pretty good mobile port. Raid, the game I'm going to be playing next week, also has a PC port, so that's going to help greatly when streaming, so I don't have to worry about streaming from my phone. capture card would probably be a decent investment, as I have plenty of Switch games that I'm not touching unless I stream them. The main reason, I got a bunch of Switch games thinking that this is the time I'd play them, but I just didn't this time around. Nintendo games just don't really do a good job of keeping me invested. Like, I have Pokemon Sword and Shield, I have Splatoon 3. Neither of them I really played that much. Splatoon 3 I mainly dropped because I tried to main the hardest weapon, which is chargers, and that didn't go well. Hmm. Now that I think about it, what is my Switch library? It's hard to just game on my Switch when I have a perfectly functioning PC that has all the games I'm actually interested in. Uh, Crash. I have a Crash trilogy on Switch that I need to play, as well as Metroid Dread, which I bought but never bothered to finish. That's something I need to change. I'm a big fan of the Castlevania genre, and I haven't played much of Metroid, but the two genres are tied together, so I probably should. I remember I was cleaning my room, and I discovered my old Nintendo DS. I was bored, so I decided to try out the free decided to try out Flipnote. And then when I was done with Flipnote, I noticed that Castlevania Portrait of Ruin was still in my Nintendo DSi. I tried it out of curiosity and ended up liking the game so much that I com- I completed it on the hardest difficulty. Every single quest, every single item, the whole thing. I just liked the game that much, and from then on, I realized, oh crap, I really like Castlevania games. I was gonna get Bloodstained Ritual of the Moon while it was on sale, but apparently they just introduced the game Blaking? Blaking? How did I even make that mistake? They introduced a game breaking exploit where just opening the shop has a non zero chance to crash the game. And that's fun. I have an old copy of Castlevania Portrait of Ruin, so it's not prone to freezing. Castlevania is the kind of game where you save often, not dissimilar to working in a certain digital art program. But it's very interesting that even modern games aren't immune to just completely freezing. What about a baby? What? Huh? Raid Shadow Legends obviously doesn't have to worry about auto-saving, because with its cloud-based backups, I can cross-platform multiplayer. I can play on my PC and then play on my phone and retain my progress. Isn't that epic? Don't you just want to play Raid Shadow Legends? Please play Raid Shadow Legends. I remember. Hmm. How does this look without the sketch layer? Well, that's only the sketch layer. I was gonna hide the sketch layer. That looks good. It's gonna look a bit weird when cause like we don't have a background layer, so this is just gonna blend into the layer beneath it. But I'm just, once I color over it, that's gonna be a non-issue. Also, how does this, so Melvin background has the CUDs. I can't believe I named it that. I'm gonna move this layer out of the Marvin layer and above Jason so that we have an idea of how Jason's gonna look in the drawing. Also, I'm biting the bullet. Let's just make this canvas larger. Where is make canvas larger button? Canvas size, here we go. Right. We want it, we'll add an extra 100 pixels. I don't know how much 100 pixels is. That's a decent amount. That's enough for our Jason here. Doot 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 doot. There he is. It's Jason. I think I understand why this is so off-putting, because more of his not mask is visible than it's supposed to be. In the reference image, it's only mask. Like, this small chunk is all you get to see, and the rest of it's defined by his facial outline. Whereas here, it's just sort of like a Shy Guy mask, and that's why it looks so off-putting. We can keep the general head shape, but it's the mask I need to fix. Speaking of general head shape. Is this album over, or is this just quiet? It's over. Acoustic Highway. Wait, do I need to label this as branded content? Oh my god, I didn't enable it as branded content. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I totally forgot about that. Going to jail. Oh fuck. Goodbye, everyone. I am now being sentenced to Twitch jail for forgetting to enable branded content. Goodbye. I'm kidding, I'm not going anywhere. It's an honest mistake. This is literally the first time I've had any sort of branded content, so surely Twitch will cut me some slack. Surely. Probably. Twitch will cut me some slack. I know Twitch. So instead of just looping around, it needs to continue going down until it meets the chin line. I don't have a better name for it. So the mask needs to extend past the face. It can't just be drawn on top of the face. It needs to be its own entity. Let's make this mask more mask-like, shall we? Okay, hide the chain so that we can see what we're working on a little better. That looks a lot better already. Trying to think if we... It needs more of a chin. It's just not chin enough, I don't think. Maybe that's too much chin. I don't know how to draw chins. We'll leave it as is. I think this enough just makes it feel more like a Jason mask and less of a hockey mask. I don't know. Hmm. Actually, maybe that's not gonna work. It's just gonna have to be in shading as opposed to just there. Oh, it's hella off from where the sketch was. No, we're gonna use a fire for this. No, the holes are identical. The breathing holes in the hockey mask, that is. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. Don't you dare do that. Alright, feeling more like Jason already. What is it missing? I mean, we could move on to coloring, but I feel like there's one more adjustment I should make. While we're working with 5 wide, we could add the little bolts to his mask. Jason's famous for never taking his mask off. Just like how Raid Shadow Legends is famous for having more than 600 customizable champions that do take their mask off in favor of whatever mask you desire, because you could customize them. Nah, it looks weird. It's gotta be the same size as the other one. Mmm, this needs to extend out more. Um, what is it missing? I feel like I can't move on to the coloring stage yet because I feel like we're missing something. But I just can't put my cursor on it. We'll move on to coloring stage. If we notice something, it's digital art, we can just fix it. We're gonna want. I don't even remember where this is from, but we're gonna use these. Going crazy on what I think is the bass. I don't actually know my instruments. This is a very random tangent, but I remember going to a Pep Boy as a small child and just seeing a giant wall of radios and feeling mesmerized by it. Just a ton of small LED displays all stacked up on each other. Felt like it felt like high tech. It was probably just a bunch of old radios, but it was cool to look at. As a kid, you didn't really know what all of these shops were for, so you just were excited to see anything new. How do I make this more? That works. We're gonna need more colors as time goes on. Actually, I'm on the line art. Also, go us for making the majority of this on one layer. Our Marvin layer is like a layer for the gun, a layer for the body, a layer for the helmet, a layer for the fingers. A lot of layers. This, all one layer. Not better or worse particularly, just interesting. Uh, Actually, we're starting to go into colors, so we might want to make a JSON folder. Layer 16. Whoops, that's not the color I had selected. I never drew a sleeve. All this effort for the cuffs, and I never bothered to draw a sleeve. Not once. It just merges into his glove like an amalgamation. Nope. This one. That'll work. I've been playing a little bit of Multiversus off screen, and the strategy I came up with for my Marvin gameplay is to use the down attack, the disintegrator, as kind of like a safety bubble. If they're outside of the safety bubble, then you can use your abilities to try and damage them. If they're inside your safety bubble, then you want to use your disintegrator to get them out of your safety bubble. And if they're past the range where you can reliably hit a disintegrator, then you've kind of already lost your stock. Because when you're fighting against brawlers, all they need to do is close the gap, and you can't really do anything about it as a Marvin. Besides your side air and your neutral special, you really don't have many options for close range combat. If you're in a disadvantaged state, there's enough. You just have less options because you're an assassin, but you kind of play like a mage with how dependent you are on your ability cooldowns. Which I guess, in a way, makes Marvin an ability shooter. Okay, I'm overcomplicating this. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Wait. Okay, this Marvin layer needs to disappear if I'm gonna be coloring shit in. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. Paint bucket, paint bucket, paint bucket, paint bucket. Switch it to nice dark denim blue. Pant bucket. Actually, it's a bit more of a desaturated, darker than that. That looks a bit more Jason. A little more saturation. Eh, that looks a bit more like Jason, I think. I don't know. It's hard being picky about colors. The machete looks off. I'm going to stuck in my Melvin layers. Highlight this. Move it closer. Patch this up. Clean it a little. I could probably get away with using the same color for his hatchet handle. Pretty dang similar. Now his shirt is going to be a lighter color of denim. Is it weird that I'm using denim as a color when it's a material? Is like technically denim isn't always blue, is it? Nah, sometimes denim can be black, but denim is almost always blue. As a kid, I never really had a fashion sense, so I just always wore denim every day of the week. What kind of jeans? Denim jeans. Denim blue. Just imagine wearing denim blue every day of your life. A lot of my pants I just get from Amazon nowadays, and they're more colors than blue, so I'm thankful for that. Just like how raid champions are customizable and available in many different colors, both rarities and aesthetics. I'm gonna make a separate. Should I make a separate layer for his shirt just because of his pattern? Because if I'm working on a pattern, I don't want to have to work around the clothing layer. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, I kind of got his neck blue there. That's not that's not really coloring. That's just Jason running out of oxygen. Wrong layer. Magic, 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 magic. Be gone. I don't care about the leftover. I have color history in this corner, but I usually just prefer to color pick from whatever I'm working on. And chains are gonna have their own layer, so I'm just going over all of this. Actually, I need a line for his shirt, otherwise it's just gonna continue into his neck. Should I make it flush with the neck or just I don't know. Guy's going nuts on the base. Oh, that's an eraser. I want to use my brush. No, that's not what I wanted. Alright, we're gonna pass the evil test. Turn transparent background off. Make it a color that's absolutely abhorrent on the eyes. See if anything leaks through. Nope. Let's take one of these vaguely metal colors. I mean, it doesn't really matter what layer this is on. Wait, huh? Why is this magic area protected from the paint bucket? Nice. Darker red. Did not mean a paint bucket there. Want to get these markings right. Forgot the holes up here and up here. These aren't really breathing holes, but they help make the mask not stick to your face. Fuck, there's not going to be enough space. I need to move the eyes down. Oh, oh, the real eyes are visible. It's a gateway to another dimension. What to fill the dead air with? I need to think about what the fuck to talk about. Does anyone in the audience remember Fortnite Save the World? That game Epic almost cared about but decided to shelve it in favor of Lego Fortnite. I want Everyone knows the fate of Fortnite Save the World, but I want to remind everyone that Fortnite Lego updates is getting more. Fortnite Lego is this is harder to say than it needs to be. Lego Fortnite is currently getting more updates and attention right now than Fortnite Save the World. I want you to think about that. Really think about what Fortnite has turned into as a series. Fortnite is an ecosystem. And you know what else is an ecosystem? The colon. So think about that next time you play Fortnite. I honestly just bought Save the World back in the day just so I could have an extra income of V-Bucks. It was a fun game at first, but the constant dailies and seasonal events just sort of made me tired of the game. Very similar to Fortnite Battle Royale. You just can only XP grind for so long till something becomes boring. No, that's not it. It needs to be a little wider than that. I'm not really sure where the line between grinding and gameplay starts and stops, because I guess it's mostly for my time playing MMOs, because you you can be given quests, goals, and objectives, but unless you're doing something different each time, it will feel like a grind. I guess that's why I can play Terraria Master Mode for 7 hours and not get bored of it, because you feel like you're evolving with the game. You feel like you're not doing the same thing every time. You're not. The challenge is evolving with you. You control the pace of the game by which areas you explore and how you explore them. You can choose to either invest a lot of time in something or YOLO it and just go in without any preparation at all. That's the beauty of Terraria, and that's why it's as fun as it is. That's not to say any game that makes you prepare for a boss, prepare for something is bad. Slay the Spire is a roguelike, so it's not a great example, but all of your card picks are based around the boss. It's how will I tackle the next boss I'm fighting, and what's the best deck I can make for this boss. And you're fighting the same combats every single time, but because your choices are different, it's impacting how you pathfind, what elites or monsters you fight, or whether you choose to fight them at all. And that's why I have so much fun with Slay the Spire. Mm, we need we need a color for the fleshy bits. See, I wish I could just select this folder and have it spawn on top of this, but doing that just puts it in the folder, which I don't want. I'm very invested in my I'm very invested in my Oh my god, I forgot the ears. I'm very invested in my keyboard shortcuts. A lot of it comes from working not just school assignments, but working an email job. And when you're managing a web platform, you kind of get tired of copy and pasting so often, as well as copying links, pasting links, editing documents. You start to it gets tedious doing it over and over again, so you start to think of every little thing you can do that speeds up the process, because that's what shortcuts are there for. If you could speed up the process, then you can you can technically get more done. That's not to say doing work faster is always getting more work done, but just handling everything with mouse and keyboard just gets tedious after a while, and it's almost like discovering speedrun tech when you discover something that significantly cuts down on time in the long run. I'm using a Logitech keyboard right now, and I've actually you made macros for these specific work projects I'm working on. Making macros is fun, I just don't really get many opportunities to do so. I remember in Sky Factory, I didn't have a method of generating lava besides just putting stone in a furnace. So I made a macro that left clicks 4 times to make to put stone in a cauldron, which is how you make lava, switches item slots, and then left clicks with a bucket to absorb it, and then it repeats that 10 times. It's macros are like their own form of programming, and it gets fun. I'm just gonna desaturate this and use this color for the bolts. Is there any glaring issues I'm forgetting about before? Does the ear look too big? Let's cut it down a little bit. Jason uses a machete all the time. I'm sure he doesn't mind a little trimming. The Raid Shadow the Raid Shadow Legends devs must do a lot of trimming to fit all of those polygons on a mobile device. Look crisp, clean graphics while also maintaining a low enough resource count. When you assemble a legendary team of heroes, each of those heroes needs to look their best. I should take sponsorships more often. It's very fun just chilling, just finding random conversation tidbits to go, and here's how that relates to our sponsor. It's just really fun. I guess we move on to the chains, because I'm looking to see if there's anything I'm missing from the basic passive color. I have the control S, but I'm just gonna click it just in case. We always gotta save. Is there anything on this layer? No, just a few patches of skin. Let's use above this for chains. I missed a spot. We don't need to do it right this second. I want to focus on this. Hmm. That's an eraser, silly. Just paint bucket it. Actually, view. We're gonna want to work in purple vision because anything that passes through this is gonna be immediately noticed. You may notice that my little VTuber has a purple glow, and that's because I fucked up the chroma key somewhere and didn't chroma key fully. There's, I think it's not the image itself, but because of the way Fire Alpaca handles transparency, there's like a portion of the brush that's transparent, and OBS doesn't read that as transparency with a color on top of it. It just recognizes it as an entirely different color, and as a result, does not chroma key it out. Hello, tolerance? And I missed a spot. Two spots actually. Several spots actually. Missing a lot of spots. I need to be more like the Raid Shadow Legends devs. Don't miss your spots. It's just more consistent to fill them out manually. Bucket, 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 unbucket. Anything I'm missing? Doesn't look like it. We can unhide all of these now. I think we can move on to shading. We have to do the background at some point, but this needs to be desaturated. This is too bright for a Jason fit. Ooh. Mm. That works. That actually works a lot better than I expected. I was worried it would poke through in some spots, but no, that works perfectly fine. Now we start shading. So we're gonna use this, but brighter and a little less saturated. Do we want to use a different light source? Because technically, I know, I think we want to use the same light source as Marvin. This song in particular kind of reminds me of the Risk of Rain soundtrack, another game I should probably play on stream. I have 100%ed Risk of Rain, but can't say I've played much of it. I haven't. It's not really a game I would just play casually, but it's pretty fun. My favorite strategy is going const multi and just binding both of my attacks to rebar. That way, you instead of having to wait for rebar's long cooldown, you can just swap constantly and have a rapid fire railgun. It's not like meta or anything, but it's still really fun. Am I doing this on? Yes, I am. I want this to be its. I probably want this to be its own layer. I call them accents instead of just shading layer. I'm not entirely sure why, but it just makes more sense to call them accents because sometimes I use it for small little details. Oh, spoken through. Yeah, like right here is a perfect example. If I overshoot it for whatever reason, instead of having to pick color and paint over this, I can just erase it without caring, and that's why I like shading being on its own layer. I done I do back when I didn't have a drawing tablet or didn't have the stylus because I lost it like a genius that I am. I did a lot of traditional, and the biggest issue with traditional is that you can't fix small mistakes like that without either being very precise with your eraser or smudging the rest of your drawing around the small mistake you did. Speaking of small mistake, scrub, 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 scrub. Dub, dub, too much scrubbing. Okay, so the reference has diff. So this is all shaded with highlight, but this has a bit of a shadow down here. And this album has reached the end of its life cycle, which means I need to make another one. Not make, find another one. I don't know why I keep using that word so much. Oh, did you guys like Acoustic Highway? Well, I hope you're ready for the Acoustic Planet. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a Cosmic Brownie. I'm out of Cosmic Brownies. That's not good. Listen, drawing just works up your appetite. I should probably mention that I am a huge fan of Little Debbie snacks. Swiss rolls and Cosmic Brownies are particularly my favorite, but I'm also a fan of oatmeal cream pies. Star Crunchies, that's the last thing I was thinking of. Whenever I'm heading out, grabbing like milk and stuff for the house, I'm always tempted to grab a box of Little Debbie snacks. They're like $3 at most, and they're delicious. I owe my life to Little Debbie. Alright, back to Jason. I'm on the accents layer, right? Yeah. Right layer, right brush, right color. It's all coming together. There's also a layer of dirt on the bottom of his jacket. I should probably factor that in as a little detail. Gonna be a little less highlights on this side because this is other side. Whoop, found a mistake. Scrub it out. I have no idea where the cap to my artist pen holder is. I have the holder itself, but there's supposed to be a screw-on cap so it doesn't get lost, and not sure where that went. Oh, I totally forgot that he needs a neck. Let's give this man a neck. There should probably be less neck visible. Why does it sound like a slider whistle? Kind of. Looks like he spilled some mustard on his shirt. Hey, listen, Jason, we've all been there. Good thing our sponsor is Raid Shadow Legends because now we don't have to worry about spilling. If we spill mustard on our shirt, what layer is this on? I already forgot. We can clean it up while autoplay takes care of our heroes, our 600 customizable heroes. Has anyone collected all of the 600 customizable heroes? It boasts 600, but how hard would it be to collect every single hero? Someone's probably done it before, but I wonder if it's actually been completed. Hmm. Anything else we need for this needs a highlight, or we'll just use some of this. Hide these clouds, we don't really need them. Oh no, Jason's arm got bitten off by a shark. However, will we cope? This actually kind of works, showing us where the clouds start and stop. So there's a clear shadow here, but it's significantly smaller than the highlights here. still don't think I got the shoulder right, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna get the shoulder right. Shoulders are hard, okay? What am I missing? What am I missing? There's an entire arm chomped off, and I'm asking what's missing. We need a darker shade of this for the bottom half of Jason. Not noticeably darker, but okay, that's too dark. Needs to be like noticeable shifts, but not too sudden that it looks like a shadow. Wait, I don't know if that works though. Wait, what are you escaping from? Huh? What? No, you're supposed to be contained in this little area. I give you the slightest bit of tolerance, and suddenly you splash all over my drawing. What's that about? How? Like, I instinctively unplug my headset whenever I need to move anywhere, but I don't instinctively plug it back in when I sit down. You got, I don't know if stream still hears it, but hang on, let me check OBS. Okay, so because I'm using audio input instead of audio output capture, it's you no longer hear mic on, mic off, battery low, but my headset still speaks it to me, so if I just randomly complain about plugging my headset in, you all know why. I don't know if the shadow makes sense, but it's there. This stream's been going for almost 4 hours, and I want to start getting the background done. Well, it pokes through too much. Pants probably need some shading for the folds. Does that work? Does that make sense? Am I just drawing nonsense? Because, like, there's a highlight right next to the shadow, and I'm not entirely sure how that works. There's also this, which is supposed to represent a crease in the pants, but I don't really think that's coming across when I try and draw it. Let's bring the cloud layer back so it doesn't look like I forgot to draw half the drawing. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We shade the hand, we finish the pattern on the shirt, which is just a simple, like, I don't know if you can call that floral, but it's not really hard to recreate. And then we work on the background. We also need to shade this too, so let's get on top of that. That's going to be probably easier to shade, I bet. Also, we can notice a few specks that weren't quite shaded in. Mm, there's equal space on both sides of the machete, so we'll cut back here. So somewhere between those 2 points. I am too lazy to make another layer. What is that? What layer is that on? Why is that line art? Yup, that's line art. That looks alright. We just need a bit of shading for down here. I'm not gonna pretend I know where. Oh shit. I bucketed the wrong layer. That's better. I didn't mean to do that. That's worse. Alright, now for the pattern. The pattern that is so important, we gave it its own layer. Let's hide this, and this, and this. And let's focus purely on the pattern we made for ourselves. So we're gonna want vertical lines. Opposite of blue is yellow, so we'll use this tip. But we have skin right here, so we might want to use a magenta instead. Very bright, obnoxious magenta. This is going to be hidden when the final product is done. So straight lines, so we have an idea of the pattern we're making. So this, but actually no, we're not done with the temporary layer yet, because we're gonna make little indents to where each of these little, I guess, petals will begin. This is gonna suck to draw, but it'll be a very important detail that. So these will start and they're gonna extend a little bit into the next line, but I'm basically gonna use these as like markers for where the petals should start and stop. This is gonna be very fun to draw, trust me on this one. Almost as fun as playing Raid Shadow Legends. What is it doing? I'm just want to turn it 90 degrees. This will make a lot more sense once I actually start drawing it. Just let me cook. Just let this fish sit in the pan for a few more hours while the ignite stacks start stacking up on it. I'm sure of Raid Shadow Legends 600 unique champions. One of them's bound to be a cook. Alright, now make this transparent. We're gonna want, it's gonna get its own layer just so it doesn't inconvenience us. This, lighter, too light. That'll work. Maybe I don't need everything to be invisible. Actually, I think what would help more than anything is just not having a purple background. That's a lot easier on the eyes. Oh wait, why did I undo it? I forgot that's a thing I can undo. It just flashbangs you all with purple. I want this shit done. Hang on. If I stare at this pattern enough, it'll make sense. Petal is really the best way I can describe this pattern. This is gonna be like the main appeal to the drawing, just the fact that I took the time to draw this big pattern. Like, it's not a make deal breaker detail, but it'll definitely be noticeable. It's weird saying I make art with the intent of getting noticed, but I appreciate all when other people praise my artwork, and so I strive to make my stuff better so that more people praise it, which isn't the best mindset, I acknowledge, but okay, I'm just gonna industrialize it where everything's going to be just do it one row at a time because I'm gonna go nuts if I don't. There we go. Just draw the same circle. That's how you get it done fast. What should I talk about on stream? We've been dithering for too long. I can't just zone into my art because as much as I like doing that, I need an actual fucking thing to talk about. Otherwise, you're just sitting here listening to jazz do 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 do, and that gets boring after a while. I was looking through my email and I noticed that one of the Kickstarter projects I backed, the Slate Aspire board game, finished sending out all their board games. Fulfillment has been completed and they shipped everything out. And that led me to realize, after some investigation, that I never filled out the form that tells them where to send the package. And I never paid for the shipping. So that's why it's been taking forever for my board game to get here because I never actually arranged for it to be sent to my house. I just figured if I signed in with my BackerKit account, it would do all of that for me. So now I'm actually going to get the board game I paid a ridiculous amount of money for. And you know I paid extra for the collector's edition with metal coins. It's just a part of the feel, you know? Part of the feel. I'm not sure if I'm gonna convince anyone to play a full Slate Aspire board game with me because I'm pretty sure a full game of that takes like 90 minutes at least. It's definitely one of the more complicated board games, so it's understandable if someone wouldn't want to sit through the whole thing. I could sit down and just play it by myself, but I'm not sure how fun that would be. Granted, I've gotten a lot of hours out of the Slay Aspire board game, but not in this game. Well, Slay Aspire game, not board game, but am I still drawing these circles? I'm still drawing these circles. This is... How does it look so far, at least? Eh, this will all be worth it. I need to give myself the same mindset when grinding to Ascension 20. I'm gonna get really good at this, and it's gonna show up. It's gonna be worth it. I remember posting my one of my runs to the Slay the Spire Reddit and got a lot of my card picks kind of torn apart, which sucked for more or my mood, but also was valid in I was able to figure out what card picks I was going wrong. I was thinking too prospectively by not picking weaker card picks like Double Strike in Shockwave. Shockwave, I definitely could have picked. I always think you need to take advantage of Shockwave specifically, but just having the weak alone is enough for it to be worth the pick. Gotta get faster at drawing these circles. Alright, now we draw the complements to said circles. I hope you like this, because this stream is turning into the circle stream. It's not exactly the same pattern, but it looks fine as is. I'm not gonna go crazy over it. Control S, save. That honestly looks good already. I just need to do the rest of these fucking circles. I'm gonna draw all of these circles and it'll look cool for the shirt. Not the jacket, no, the shirt underneath the jacket that you only see a portion of. Alright, time to rotate it Another 90 degrees and do it again. Go us. Lock in. Wait, we don't want to. Fuck, I gotta figure out a solution for this, because there isn't supposed to be powder on here. I don't know what any of these mean. Wait. Lighten kind of works, because you can't really see it on the layer beneath it. Lighten actually works. Oh my god, why didn't I use this sooner? That works. Absolutely. Don't draw on the pattern layer, silly. Where... Okay, here it is. The only problem with it being lighten is it's hard to see through, so I'm going to do this temporarily and then switch it back to lighten when I'm finished. I'm a circle drawing machine, let me tell you. He... It's been a while since I've watched the B movie, but all I can think of is that one scene where Barry's talking to his dad, and his dad's trying to explain why Barry should become why Barry should just mindlessly work in a hive and not think about his life. And he says, so you're stirring the stick, and you keep stirring the stick, and you keep stirring the stick, and he's just not understanding that he's just stirring the stick over and over again. And you keep stirring the stick, and you keep stirring the stick. I just gotta keep stirring the stick, you guys. Alright. Disable reference layer. Make every other layer visible. I forgot the fucking other figs. Like, this actually looks good on its own. It's a little messy, but... Yeah, lighten, it doesn't... Alright. Toggle ref. We gotta go back on the circle grind. The circle time. That's a life story I can rattle off about that relates to drawing circles over and over again. I remember when I was placed in advanced math as a kid, I had to every day I was given a big list of multiplication questions and just told to do as many as I could within a minute. It was supposed to get me better at math, which probably worked better than I thought it did, but I just kept getting angry because I compared myself to I treated it as a score, as a competition, and kept comparing myself to the other kids that were next to me, and kept getting upset that I wasn't the best at doing multiplication questions. It didn't matter for my grade. I was just salty that I wasn't the absolute best at math in the class. As a, as I grew older, I began to shake off the salt, recognize grades don't really matter as have as much importance as I assign to them. And that's not to discredit anyone whose grades are good. Alright. Hide reference layer. Everything else visible. If I set this to lighten, does that fix the problem that I have? It fixes this problem, but not the rest of these problems. So I'm just gonna go the lazy route and erase them. Honestly, this looks good. Let's start drawing the background and close it for the day. Alright, so this is kind of what I was thinking of in terms of a forest. You have a nice mixture of dead and not dead trees, and I guess to sell that he's at a camp, I'm gonna put a few tents in the background. I was debating like I can definitely put his axe into one of these trees, but I was debating having like the bed on the bed on his rift, but that doesn't nearly make as much sense as Marvin's weapons and would just be confusing more than anything. We don't really need Jason, we just need his trees in this shot. Alright, so analyze the tree. It starts here and then branches off. Also, the live trees are pines, but the dead trees are oaks. I guess that makes sense because pine trees are known to survive the cold. But then, what are these people doing camping in the cold? Don't they usually camp when it's summer? Can Friday the 13th even happen on a winter holiday? These are all valid questions that should be asked. Alright, so we want dead trees and live trees in the background. We'll move this to the side a little bit so it's less distracting. And wait, what did I just make? Because that's not what I wanted to make. One. Jason BG. And we're gonna make a sketch. Actually, didn't I have a sketch on the Marvin? Isn't one of these a sketch? No, I don't. I think I might have deleted it because. No, here it is. It's just invisible because all of Sketch is invisible. So this is a general size for what the Rift's gonna look like. I'm obviously gonna make it bigger on Jason's side just because, well, it's Jason. He needs to be larger. Too desaturated. It needs to be a blue, but not to the point where it looks like the same color as his denim. God, there's so many fucking layers. I'm drowning myself in layers. Layers upon layers of agony. Agony. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe I just make it more blue. Maybe that's the solution. That seems about right. We'll do a nice swapping 50. Let me sift through all of my reference layers so that I can. Yeah, Melvin's just a clean circle, so I'm just gonna do the same for Jason. Also, some of Melvin's background objects poke out of the rift, so it's fine to do the same with Jason's cleaver. Paint bucket. And we're gonna use this color, but significantly darker to represent the ground, I guess. Very scientific term, I know. Do we use a darker color for the trees or for the ground? Okay, I need the picture again because I already forgotten what a dead tree looks like. We want to use a different color so that they're distinguishable from the ground. Or do we want to use a deeper color? Maybe we should use a deeper color for the trees. I don't know. It just makes sense to me. Alright, we need to This needs to go in. This needs to go in the background layer so that I can just hide Jason himself and work on his background. Or just make him transparent. That works too. We just need to have a general sense of where he is so that we know where to put the trees and the stuff the audience is actually looking at. I say audience. I don't even know if he was. So each of these trees seem to sway in a particular direction. I'm not an expert on drawing tree. They're getting their own layer because I'm not dealing with that. So like even if this branch sways to the right, it still curves to the left in the end. So I'll factor that into my branch placement. Sounds like our album's up. Sounds like I need to get a new one. Just like how in Raid Shadow Legends, where there's countless heroes to choose from, there are countless songs to pick from in my Apple Music player. We'll go Panorama because Panorama is a great choice for backgrounds. Did we just listen to this? It's alright. We're gonna want a second tree right here. Maybe a little shorter. I don't know. Actually, make it larger. That way it can extend up to Jace up here. Actually, before we get too invested in this, what's down here? What's all this? What layer is that? Oh my god, did I draw on the wrong layer again? What even is that? How did I do that? What? Huh? What? It's fine. It actually makes sense because it's a tree. Paint bucket. Well, hang on. I gotta hide this and then paint bucket. And then unhide it. I should just bolt collapse that so it's easier. Typically, Jason makes other people collapse, but I gotta collapse Jason in this instance. Alright, I'm gonna set this to active layer so that it doesn't... Oh, well that's what happens when I set it to active layer. Nope, it's leaking out somewhere. I mean, I was gonna put a camp in the background, but there isn't really space to, so I think I'll just put like trees in the background instead. Cause like, unless I put it right here, I don't think I can convincingly get away with putting a tent in the background while still having it clear that it is in fact a tent. And we're gonna make Jason's signature axe. We can't see his axe in this image. Kind of doesn't help us. I need to get. Let me find an image with his axe because I know there's one. Is there? I don't know if there is. Come on. Screw it. I'm doing it from memory. Because like we mostly need to get the stock right, which is just pretty simple curve. Hmm. It needs to be more axe-like. Maybe I need to make the stock longer. I like this one. Nice twangy effect. Is this too wide for an axe? I feel like it should be shorter, yeah. Trim it down a little. Trim it down on this end too. Maybe the blade also needs to be trimmed down because like it's wide but not comically wide. This is more looking like a battle axe than Jason's axe. A lot of people think about a fire axe and fire hose when they think of firefighters, but there's actually quite a lot of equipment firefighters use aside from those things. I had a Wii game that was one of I have a abnormally large Wii library, and oh my god, please don't get that out of context. What the fuck did I saying? I have a large library of Wii games. That's better. I have a large library of games for the Wii, and one of them is. Hang on, let me see if I can get the name. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Real Heroes Firefighter by who published this? Who published this? Crave Entertainment. And if you're wondering how realistic of a firefighting experience it is, you just connect yourself to a fire hose and just walk forward with the cone set own spray, and you're immune to all fire damage. Imagine Reinhardt's shield, but for fire. I don't even play Overwatch, but that's essentially what playing firefighter real heroes is like. Also, a fire hose just happens to be stationed in a movie theater because why not? You know, hang on, let me get an image of this. It's called Jaws of Life, but it's more referred to as a hydraulic rescue tool, and overall, I'm surprised it's not like a this is in a video game. Like you see fire axes as weapons, but how about Jaws of Life? It doesn't even necessarily have to be a weapon. Just like look at it. Just obscure a bit of firefighter trivia for if you felt like it. Alright, this is almost done. We just need the trees in the background and we'll call it a day. So it needs between this and this. This is honestly how I choose colors, by the way. I go, it needs to be between this, and then just pick somewhere in between. It's that simple. Actually, it needs to be a little bit less in between so that it stands out from the axe. Yeah, that works. I'm putting less detail on the background trees because, like I said, they are background trees. We don't really need trees for the rest of this background because Jason's large muscular build kind of covers most of it, but I feel like that's good enough to end it on. We made a pretty good Jason, not the best Jason we could have made, but looks nice. This is really the only thing that's bugging me because like it's this needs to be moved back a little bit. Maybe this needs some shading, because actually we don't even have the inside of the ear. It's just a flab of ear-related flesh. Also needs to be a little more orange to sell the idea that it's... Maybe it does need to be a little bit more orange, now that I think about it. I might have just irreversibly fucked up the color. Darker than that? Okay, you need to close the gap a little less. Stop expanding. Cease your expansion. And we're gonna need a much darker color just to make it consistent. I will go nuts if it's not consistent. Speaking of going nuts, is this part of the line art? Yes, it is. What a great guess. The jacket's properly shaped. Whoa, wait a minute. What's this over here? Boy, am I glad I looked at this for more than 5 seconds before passing it off as complete. Boy, that would have been a disaster. We didn't shade the chains at all, by the way. We don't need to go super fancy with it, but we at least need to do some shading on the chains, the face, and the hand. Zahando. Accents. G, canvas, blomp, blomp, blomp. Add a little shading here, just because it makes sense. Now for the mask. The mask. Oh, I'm gonna figure out a way to do this without fucking up the this. Actually, new plan. This is on the same layer, right? Yes. Alright. Wave out your magic wands, everyone. Bippity, bop, bippity, boppity, bazinga. Now this is on a separate layer, and I can take my accents and do whatever I want with it. I technically need to... I probably still need to shade the red areas, but at least I can shade the mask itself without messing up the thing. Is that too distracting? Nah, I think it looks alright. I think we just need to make this a bit more gradual if this is gonna be ominous half mask. Darker. I love how I have my shading layer named, but my coloring layer is just layer 16. Actually, we might as well throw some of this over here just so there's balance. Nah, way too dark. Nice beat to this song. Again, VOD watchers are just gonna have to either cope or look up the song on their own, but I do highly recommend these albums. This is my first time listening to them, but they're really nice to just vibe to. Oh, did the magic pencil kind of fucked up a little bit, huh? This is a part of the layer I just moved, so now I have to, I guess, erase some of this so that it's not noticeable. Doritos. I'm naming it Doritos because there's red triangles on it, and as we all know, red triangles are associated with Doritos, just like how mobile RPGs are associated with Raid, Shadow Legends. Use code MyTurn for 20 thingamabobs, 200,000 silver, and a free champion. Over 600 customizable characters. Cross-platform, auto-battler, literally everything you could possibly think of in one game. Raid, Shadow Legends. This needs one more layer of shading. Just to really sell the concept. Yeah, it looks good. No, it doesn't. A little more. Really feel like a Jason on the inside. Not the murderous part, of course. The cool hockey mask and chains, ripped jacket. Feel like a punk. Wave around a machete, but you're not actually hurting people. You're just gonna do some yard work. This isn't obvious at first glance that it's an axe, is it? I might need to make it lighter. Should I make it lighter than the background? Would that work? Now it kind of stands out too much. Maybe if I desaturate it. Okay, it needs to be darker. That works. You can still identify it's an axe, but at least I hope you can. Audience, let me know if you can identify this as an axe. I told you it's an axe, but leave the stream for like a week or two and then come back to this exact frame and tell me if you can identify that as an axe. Anything else I forgot to? Chains. We didn't shade the chains. Alt F, Control S. Okay. So this, darker, smaller pen size. Oh, uh, there we go. There we go. Now they look more like chains. Looks significantly cooler. Almost as cool as Raid motherfucking Shadow Legends, baby. Use code MyTurn. You want free shit? I know you want free shit. That's why I gotta use the code MyTurn. And use my link too. Did I? There's the link in chat in case you missed it. It's also in my stream bio, but I don't think anyone's looking at my stream bio, so you know where to go for non-stop rating. This offer expires in 24 hours. Act now. Fear of missing out, baby. Yeah, baby, we're rocking these epic punk chains. I don't even know if Jason actually wore chains in the movie. I just think it's a really nice touch that the team added. I don't know how noticeable it is, but these two ends of the chain don't quite line up. I mean, it looks kind of hard to notice with how like Braid Shadow Legends. This looks good. I think all it's missing is a signature. Hmm. Anything else I can think of while I'm here? This just needs a good old line of shading here just to even things out. Is that too much shading? I think it is. Let's cut back a little. So, I got a Discover card. So, I got a Discover card credit card offer. I'm getting I'm getting a ton of these because the mailing companies have recognized I'm above the age of 18 and are sending me credit card offers like they're candy. And I couldn't help but notice that the credit card I was offered has two rainbow frogs on it. I don't know if Discover is aware of what they're referencing and playing into the joke, or if they're just putting two rainbow frogs for pride and have no idea what they could possibly be referencing. But Thank you, Discover. Thank you for sending me 2 rainbow frogs. Thank you, Discover. Great work, as always. I hope to discover new heroes in Raid's Shadow Legends. Wait, for some reason, me typing the comment raid appears in Stream Elements, but not the Stream Elements itself. Interesting. Listen, you guys watching the VOD are just gonna have to come over to my channel and use my link to download Raid. You could use other people's links, or you could use my link and the code my turn to get 20 thingamabobs, 200k silver, and a free champion. Darken this a little. This just feels like it should be darkened. One of these is the. There it is. That too. It makes sense. Also, if we look very closely, we can see that applying lighten didn't actually fix the problem. Also, we should technically remove these as well because the pattern shouldn't be on the torn clothing. We're not working with chowder patterns where the clothing moves and the pattern doesn't. I think we're good. I might touch this up off screen, but this looks pretty good. The only thing I really want to change is where is... Okay, hide these two. Hide layer 1. Now, Marvin's gonna go max opacity. And I'm just gonna... These two happen to line up by sheer cosmic luck. So I'm gonna take these two and line them up. And I kind of screwed up because this guy's legs are visible if this guy's legs isn't. I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do to fix that. I might just say screw it and have Marvin legless. Actually, you know what? It's really not that much of a difficult thing to draw, so I might as well peek into the ref folder. Yeah, it's just like a green circle with lines in between. It's not going to be that hard to draw Marvin's. I want to call this a skirt. I have no idea what else I'm supposed to call this. Like, if Bugs Bunny can cross-dress, so can Marvin the Martian. And I'm not sure what else to call this. Let's quickly draw Marvin's lower body and call it a day. I've said call it a day like 3 times. In case you couldn't tell, I don't want to... Because, like, now it just looks in... Because, like, I'm too attached to the bottom of Jason's legs. I, like, think it looks nice just having him standing and the rest of his body tangible as opposed to just it being whisked away into the multiverse. Okay, hide Jason layers, Marvin layers. I still have him named Melvin because I think it's funny to be wrong. I'm gonna cop out a little bit and just do a general circle because hint fingers aren't really going to be visible. I don't think. His thumb will be kind of visible, but that's about it. Do a little bit of his knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't juggle. I'd rather flex my knuckles. Easily one of the best Silver Gunner bits by far. Using the accent layer because I'm a hack. I've forgotten my roots. Wait. Doesn't need to be perfect. I just want there to be a lower half of Marvin. Drawing the Martian skirt is harder than I expected. I think these need to be less of an angle right here. I always leave a little bit of whatever I erase so that I have a general guide of where I'm starting next. I guess I'll use his helmet for the green. Oh my god, I never shaded his fucking helmet. His helmet's all one color. That's not how you do things. I was gonna just end stream, but now I'm thinking back to my underbaked Marvin. How I neglected him. You just look so much better with a thing of shading. Just like that little bit of darker green makes a world of a difference when you're looking at a piece of art. Okay, maybe not down there. Marvin needs to go back in the Martian oven. See, like, that's just world of a difference. Might as well apply some here as well. And this needs to go here because I missed a spot. This needs to go here because I missed a spot. I need to stop working on this at some point, and I'm not sure how I'm gonna stop if I keep noticing minor slip-ups like these. I think I'm gonna fix the lines off stream purely because there's so many goddamn lines. Like, I get that it's part of the art stream, but I've been going for 5 hours and kind of want a break. Even when I take a break, it's to do shit like move the groceries. Uh, it's kind of the same color as your gun. I got it. I'm doing the line art off stream because the line art clearly needs a second pass, but god damn, is there so many just scuffed lines over this entire piece. Also, in case you didn't see it, the rocket ever so slightly doesn't match up with Marvin's head. And even looking at Marvin's head, there's like little cuts right here. Like if this was a physical object, you take like a piece of sandpaper down and you'd like smooth all of these out. If you run your finger along these, you could feel how bumpy they were. I'm not steady enough with my artist tablet to fix stuff like that, so I just go back in Eraser and post and just go do 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 do. Well, I'm not on the line art, but do 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 do, and I just do that. In fact, I'm gonna be a bit lazy here, and I'm supposed to use the layer that the missile's on, but I'm pretty much done drawing and just doing extra stuff. Doesn't matter too much. Oh my god, I almost forgot about the flag. I almost forgot I moved Marvin down 2 Martian meters. I'm cheating and just using the color. I'm just drawing the background on Marvin, which you aren't supposed to do. That's why. Okay. BG color. This is why we have layers, so you don't just randomly start drawing over your own work. And oh my god, how did I miss this? How did I miss this? Am I even looking at the drawing? That's a bit harsh, but how did I miss this? Any other corners I met flipped up? Okay, this is. I think these are all just side effects of me moving Martian down, and that's why everything kind of looks like ass. The gun's fine. You don't really see the scope, but they could stay. And the clouds. The darn clouds. Mi young adult yells at clouds because he drew them wrong. Alright, hide the ref layer. Hide the sketch layer. Hide the first ref layer. Do a little bit more shading, then we'll sign it. I should just go to coloring layer and fix this, but I'll just smooth it out with line art. So bumpy. This is justifiable, because like it can be justified as like a wrinkle in the clothing. This less so, because it's just the outline creeping out into the arm. Now there are a few more egregious line art mishaps that I want to fix, like right here. There, I knew I was missing something in the color area. Knew something was wrong with my color layer. Why isn't... That's an accent? Wait, oh, I forgot. This entire bottom half of the code is accent. This just looks annoying. I mean, that looks better. I could probably smoothen it out a little more, but I got rid of the egregious ones. Not here, though. Marvin, 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 Marvin face. I have, like, the naming scheme for my layers is so weird, especially considering I only name half of them and the other half are classics like layer 29. I mean, I got the egregious examples down. Nope, didn't want to do that. Now, what layer is that on? Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with this. And we'll give it the good old signature of approval in dark purple. Hang on, I know what color I could do this in. Let me color pick my own name. Why isn't it letting me? Oh. Oh, it's just hidden. Okay, that's why I couldn't see it. Great hiding spot. Fooled me. And of course, it's me doing exclamation point raid because no one else in the stream did it. I don't even remember which layer this is on. What? Oh, I don't remember where in the layer hell this is. Me not, okay, brush thing. It's on brush thing. Obvious, of course. We'll do 15. Fuck, I ran out of space. Big pink letters. That's not distracting. Alright, this looks good. I am proud of what we've made today. Save. Last stream we made Marvin. This stream we made Jason. Put them together. They're two characters I don't know how to play. Put them together and they get bodied by Joker and Black Adam in unranked queue. Those two specific characters I just get bodied by. And Morty. I ran into a really good Morty player. I I kind of wish I was recording when I was playing, but I ran into someone who was a really good Morty player, and I got one stock on them, and they just went idle for the rest of the match. They still had the stock advantage, as although we had the same score, I had 50 damage on me, but I got one kill on him, and he just stopped playing. That's just the power of Marvin, I guess. Multiversus is a fun game. I should stream it sometime. Alright. We've been having fun in the shenanigan zone for a while, but it is now time for me to sign off. I hope you all have enjoyed the shenanigan zone as much as I have. Tune in 11 a.m. tomorrow for the raid stream where we will be checking out the hit mobile game Raid Shadow Legends, seeing what all the hype is about and seeing what our favorite character will be. This is my first time doing a sponsor stream, so I would appreciate the y'all coming by and checking it out with me. And with that, thank you all so much for watching. I will see you guys in the next installment of Dr. Flipside Stream Adventures, trademark registered. Thank you all for watching, and I will see y'all in the future. Have a good one.